declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to executive order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on Senate bills referred to this committee with the potential for executive sessions to be held throughout, although it's our intention to have our executive session at 1 o'clock today. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A, the right to know law. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. We do have one staff member who is assisting us today and who is on the conference call, and that's Jennifer Ford, our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting will be done by roll call vote. We're going to begin the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with them during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Chairman Gordon.
I am here. I'm in the LOB 301-303 committee room with other members of the committee.
Representative McLean.
I'm here, present with the chair.
Representative Sylvia. Representative Sylvia. Clerk is here in the committee room with other members of the committee. Representative Rice.
I'm here in the committee room with the chair.
Representative Alexander.
I'm here in the room with the chair.
Representative Notter.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Green.
He's in his committee, other committee.
Representative Green indicated he might be late arriving today because he has a competing committee meeting.
Right.
Representative Kelly.
You're muted, Representative Kelly.
Sorry about that. I'm here in Temple with the dog. Kids might come to get my car keys, but that's about it.
Representative Murner.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Troyer.
Good morning. I'm here in Belmont alone.
Representative Smith.
Good morning. I'm in Durham alone.
Representative Burt.
Good morning. I'm alone in Westmoreland.
Representative Horrigan.
I am alone at home in Durham.
Representative Del Renzo.
Good morning. I'm in my home office in Newmarket and I'm alone.
Representative Chase.
Good morning. I'm in Merritt Island, Florida, and I'm here by myself.
Representative Kenny.
Good morning. I'm here in Durham in my apartment alone currently. Roommates may be throughout the room throughout the day. Thank you.
Representative Langley. Representative Langley. Representative Macbeth.
Good morning. I'm here present in my home in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, alone.
Representative Page.
Good morning. I am in my home in Exeter alone.
Representative Simpson.
Good morning. I'm here in Exeter alone, and my kids and spouse may be through at some point during the day.
Representative Sylvia.
I'm here in the legislative office building.
We have 19 present. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're here this morning to hear Senate Bill 96. And I understand that there may be amendments that we made to that today. And if you are intending to make an amendment, you should make that known at some point in time. I'd note that there was an amendment that was sent around by Representative Birch, specifically an amendment to add on some language. I reviewed that and indicated that I found that non-germane. And the only way, and that's pursuant to House Rule 46B. And the only way that that can be heard and included as an amendment is if the committee were to decide to hold a separate hearing on that amendment. And so if Representative Birch wanted to move to hold a hearing, I would schedule that hearing for next week when we're scheduled to exec Senate Bill 96. Representative Birch? You're muted.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I first want to express my appreciation for the heads up from you on this issue. It makes life for everyone go a little bit smoother when we know some of these things in advance. So I appreciate the courtesy extended to me and the committee on this. If I understand correctly, with a vote of the committee, we would take this matter up in public hearing a week from now. I have no objection to that. I would support this as a method of moving forward. I don't know if it's necessary for me to move the amendment now. If I see our clerk saying no, but it looks like our chair is saying no, so I won't move the amendment now.
What I think what you need to do is have a motion to hold a hearing on your amendment.
All right.
And then we can determine whether or not the committee is in agreement with that.
All right. And I so move that we have a public hearing on Amendment 1244H. I would indicate just briefly that the reason I filed it in advance of this hearing and not at the exec session was to have a public hearing. So I'm all in favor of this motion passing. And if it does pass, I have one question from the chair, and that is, there are a number of people lined up expecting to testify today in public hearing. I don't know if this passes, whether it would be the chair's position to take those people today and still have the remainder in a week, or do it all in a week's time and free up those today to leave if they wish.
Well, I think, first of all, is there a second to Representative Birch's motion?
I second.
Okay, I think I saw a hand from Representative Macbeth first, so she'll second the motion. And to answer your question, I have the same concern that you have, is that people will testify to your amendment today, and then we're going to hold a hearing next week, and then they come back and testify all over again a second time, and we really don't need to do that. So I guess what I would say is, if people have made the effort to be here today and want to testify on your amendment, they should do so, but not expect to come back and testify next week and give us the same testimony again next week. So I'll give them their choice as to whether or not they want to testify today or next week, if that makes sense.
That only leaves me the remaining question is then, do I have to put the amendment on the table, so to speak, for people to discuss?
Yeah, I think I don't think you need to do that. I think they can speak to the amendment. I think we all have a sense of what the amendment is, although I know you've made some changes to what was 111. So I think we're all set.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have some difficulties with this process, and I understand we're in an unusual circumstance. We're required to, in order to adopt a non-germane amendment, we're required to have a separately noticed public hearing.
That's correct.
So we'll have to have a hearing next week, no matter how much testimony we take today. And I would say that there may be a lot of people who don't know about this amendment, who might want to testify. Now, I have no way of knowing, but I mean, that's just a normal course of action. That's why we notice meetings. So, we have that.
Yes, Representative Rice.
I think that if we have the people who want to testify on this amendment testify next week and get it all in one lump sum, there'll be a lot less repetitive testimony. I think our questions, we won't be asking duplicated questions. I just think it's better to keep it all in one sitting, so to speak.
Anybody else? I think Representative Birch, what I've just heard is people would prefer to have the testimony next week as opposed to have people testify today, even though I understand that some people may have come today specifically to do so and may not be available next week. And I guess if they weren't going to be available next week, then I wouldn't want to prohibit them from giving their testimony.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate everyone's consideration. As a matter of belief, I encourage public participation in our proceedings. I let people know as soon as I heard from the chair that it was possible that we would not be proceeding with testimony today. So if it's a matter of rescheduling all of them for next week, I can live with that, with the understanding that if some of these individuals cannot make it next week, they have a week to submit their testimony in writing if they wish.
It's my intention to act on Senate Bill 96 next week with all amendments. So I don't think we would be looking for an additional week, but they do have a week to test. They do have a week to submit their testimony this week.
That's what I meant. If I wasn't clear, that's what
okay. Thank you. We do have a motion. The motion is whether or not to hold a hearing on the amendment. And as proposed by Representative Birch. And Mr. Clerk, would you call a roll on that?
On whether or not to hold a hearing on Amendment 12448. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Alexander.
No.
Representative Rice.
No.
Representative Werner.
No.
Representative Green. No, Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Nottam.
No.
Representative Trotter.
No.
Representative Smith.
Oh, whoops.
You're muted, Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Yes.
Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Del Rento.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
That would be 8. So by a vote of 11-8.
Vote being 11-8, I will arrange for it to be in the calendar that we'll hold a hearing on the amendment next week. And that brings, so again, if you are here today and on our teleconference and your intention is to speak just to Representative Birch's amendment, you should plan to testify next week if you are able to do so. And I'm going to call up, we're going to begin our hearing on Senate Bill 96 as it was sent over to us from the Senate. And I'll call upon the prime sponsor, Representative Bradley, if he's available. You could raise your hand if you're there, Representative Bradley.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, Jeb Bradley from Wolfboro. Pleased to be with you today as the sponsor of Senate Bill 96. I was asked by then Attorney General McDonald and then Governor's legal counsel, John Formella, both of whom have been elevated in positions in December to file Senate Bill 96 as a result of the unanimous recommendations of the Governor's LEAC Commission. Mr. Chairman, as you know, a number of the recommendations of the LEAC Commission are in the process of being implemented through executive order at the present time. What Senate Bill 96 seeks to do is to put into law those recommendations of the LEAC Commission that needed a change in law to implement. So not all of the 40+ recommendations of the LEAC Commission are included in Senate Bill 96, but many of them are. This bill had broad support in the Senate. There was some discussion about the voluntary information on driver's licenses, which was turned into a study committee, but with the exception of that one discussion in the Senate, it was adopted on a bipartisan basis. In fact, the vote, Mr. Chairman, was unanimous. I want to, at this point, thank all of the co-sponsors of this bill, including a member of your committee, Representative Smith, for co-sponsoring it. Let me just walk through the bill briefly. The first section of the bill creates the body-worn in-camera fund to help local law enforcement agencies purchase body cameras, another recommendation of the LEAC Commission. Section 2 of the bill deals with the retention of records that should be kept for a 20-year period of time, except for the exceptions that are outlined in the bill. The third section of the bill, Mr. Chairman, calls for any memorandum of understanding between a police chief and school resource officers to be made available to the public as a public document. Sections 4 and 5 deal with a body-worn camera fund. I think increasingly in our state and nation, we are realizing that body-worn cameras are a very, very good idea to understand exactly what has happened in some of the circumstances that we have seen in our state and in other states. In Section 5, the sum of $1 is appropriated in this bill. I think, Mr. Chairman, as you know, in House Bill 2, the House passed a $1 million appropriation for body-worn cameras. Sections 6 and 7 deal with delinquent children, and the new section is the language that about no person under 13 shall be subject to proceedings. Section 8, as I mentioned in the opening, replaces the voluntary inclusion of information on race and ethnic data on driver's licenses. There was a major concern in the Senate about, even though it was voluntary in nature, if it ever became mandatory, it would be akin to racial profiling. So the Senate deemed it worthy of a study committee to examine the issue further. Lastly, Section 9 talks about, in the judicial system, judges and justices receiving implicit bias training and racial profiling training. So those are the sections of the bill. I just want to comment, if I could, Mr. Chairman, and it's not my place to talk about your procedures in the House, and I don't want this interpreted as doing so. However, as I think of where we are on May 11th, you would have a public hearing on this bill next week on the qualified immunity amendment that the House previously defeated, and then presumably vote in the first week of June. The Senate would be in a very difficult position, Mr. Chairman, of not having had an opportunity to have a public hearing on an issue that I think, whether you agree with the language in the amendment or don't agree with the language in the amendment, senators are going to want to consider that as they consider the bill. The inability to do that and have a public hearing in the Senate would be extraordinarily problematic, Mr. Chairman. So I'll leave it at that and let that be part of your consideration as you take the actions that you deem necessary to take on Senate Bill 96. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Bradley? Yes, Representative Nodder.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator. You mentioned Section 9. I don't see Section 9 anywhere.
It's on page 3.
Mr. Chairman, I had a hard time hearing that question. Maybe you could repeat it.
There was a question as to Section 9 by Representative Nodder.
I couldn't find it.
At line 13.
Thank you.
I think are you all set, Representative?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And are there any other questions for Senator Bradley? Yes, Representative Simpson.
Thank you. I'm looking at the bill and just trying to match up the amended analysis on the first page with the rest, and I can't seem to match it up. Is that a me problem, or is that a larger problem that people are having? I'm just paying attention to the bill, but I'm wondering if I should try to square any of that language with the parts of the bill that Senator Bradley just spoke through.
I think we're all having the same problem in that the amended analysis shows 6 parts, but the bill itself shows 10, actually with the effective date portion, 10 parts. So it's a bit confusing.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, for instance, 6 and 7, the section dealing with delinquent children, that's Roman 4 in the amended analysis. There are 2 sections there. Section 1, 4 and 5 deal with a body worn camera fund, and that is Roman 3 in the amended analysis. I believe that all of the sections are correctly noted in the amended analysis. But just if you would, just please remember that in the amended analysis, it covers in a couple of those provisions that I just cited more than one section in the bill.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for Senator Bradley? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Take care. And the next speaker would be Richard Head.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to be providing information on the proposed amendment, so I will hold off to next week.
Thank you. Joseph Hobecki.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can hear you fine.
All right, excellent. Good morning, Chairman Gordon, members of the committee. My name is Joe Hobecki, and I'm the Chief of Police in Hollis, New Hampshire. I'm also the first Vice President for the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. And I've been in law enforcement for a little over 20 years, and although I'm not originally from the state of New Hampshire, I'm certainly proud to call New Hampshire my home. So I registered today as neutral on this bill because I anticipated that there would be, we would be speaking to the amendment on qualified immunity. So I'll reserve my comments for that. And I think you probably know how I stand on that portion of the amendment, but I will certainly be back next week to testify in opposition to that. But I do support the current provisions within Senate Bill 96. I was both honored and very fortunate to serve on the legislative work group for this bill with various other stakeholders to develop language relative to training for judges, body-worn camera systems, juvenile delinquency hearings, memorandums of understanding for school resource officers, and then data collection relative to demographics on police citizen contacts. Although the bill before you is a variation of the original legislation, as is common, I certainly do support the language contained within. I did, however, wish to mention that this amended version of the bill is absent language relative to collection of demographic information with police and citizen encounters. Given the recommendation of the LEAC Commission from this past summer, I do feel as though this is an important and appropriate piece within the bill. And although I understand the concerns expressed by the Senate on adding race and ethnicity to a person's driver's license, I still feel as though the collection of such demographic information is important, and it also conforms with LEAC recommendation. It is, however, important to note that there are limitations when collecting this data, given the varying capabilities of police records management systems. And for the sake of time, I won't speak to that, but I'd be certainly willing to discuss this in these issues with members of the committee at a later time if it's deemed appropriate. So in closing, I support the bill, and I'll continue to work with the various stakeholders to ensure that New Hampshire law enforcement continues to meet the demands of policing in the 21st century while setting the highest standard for other states to follow. So I thank you very much, Chairman Gordon, members of the committee, for your time and consideration. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yes, Representative McLean.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just have a quick question because it's more a question of familiarity on my part. The memorandum of intent between the schools and the law enforcement, what typically is in that, just for my education purposes?
Thank you for your question, Representative. There is a lot contained within that. A quick kind of, I guess, Cliff Notes version of what's contained within our MOU is, it sets provisions on the responsibility of a school resource officer. It can get as finite as stipulating that they'll be provided with office space, what the expectations of their service hours to the school and roles and responsibility within school discipline and such are. I'd be happy to share with you and members of the committee a link to our current MOU, which is right on our website. It's a public document for everyone to see for your review. It's by no means, you know, a template for other agencies or other towns to follow, but I think we're certainly proud of that MOU. I believe it was used as a framework for the model MOU, which is currently published on the Police Standards and Training website.
Amendment reinstates it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I should have indicated at the beginning of the hearing that on the sign-up sheets, there were 121 people who signed up in support of Senate Bill 96. There were 12 people who signed up in opposition, 4 people who signed up as neutral, and 13 people signed up to testify. The next person to testify would be Gilles Bissonnette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I be heard?
You can.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Gilles Bissonnette. I'm the legal director for the ACLU of New Hampshire. We strongly support SB 96 and really want to echo some of the things that Chief Obecki just said in his testimony. This is really consensus legislation where all stakeholders got together and met for months over last summer to discuss what policies we could agree to as a state that would help foster trust between the police and the communities they serve. And this included state and local law enforcement, police unions, the NAACP, the ACLU, and others. And in the testimony that I circulated to the committee yesterday evening, I footnoted the LEACT Commission report in that testimony, and I would certainly encourage folks in the committee to, if they haven't already, to take a look at that. It's, I think, in excess of 100 pages, and really was the product of hundreds of hours of work among key stakeholders in the state. And I can tell you from the ACLU perspective, we were really proud to have been a part of that process. And the result of that really is what's in the bill presented before you. There's one issue that I want to raise, and it was addressed both by Chief Obecki and Senator Bradley, and that's with respect to the data collection component. We do support an amendment to SB 96. I circulated that proposed amendment to the committee yesterday evening. This amendment would add back into the bill the language recommended by the LEACT Commission, and that was in the original bill, that would require the collection of racial data in law enforcement stops. Of course, the inclusion of that information on a driver's license is optional. That's left to the individual when they're filling out the driver's license application. And this was, as I said, removed by the Senate. And we think this language is critical. And stakeholders and law enforcement groups supported this policy as a way to further foster trust between the community and law enforcement. And we do not necessarily, in our view, the ACLU's view, see a need for a further study commission on this issue, which is reflected in the current bill. I believe it's section 8. And that's because we already studied it. The LEACT Commission studied this extensively. And I could say too that the Police Chiefs Association as well provided tremendous leadership and feedback in coming up with language that was feasible. And that language is reflected in the amendment that I proposed last night. And with the collection of this data, we can learn whether we have racial disparities in policing in New Hampshire or whether we don't. And if we have this issue, then we can work on, as a state, taking proactive steps to address it. And I would also note that many police departments actually in New Hampshire actually already collect this data under the CALIA certification. So we know that this is feasible. And as I said before, the language that's proposed in my amendment is language that was drafted not only by the ACLU, but with the help of and feedback of the chiefs of police in the AG's office to make sure that we're doing this in a way that's feasible for law enforcement who have to do this in the trenches of the system. And we really do want to make sure that this is something that's practical and workable. And I'm very confident that the language that we came up with and that's reflected in our amendment accomplishes that. And so with that, I'll conclude my testimony. Thank you so much for the committee's time, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Any questions for Attorney Bissonnette? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have here Representative Mike Bordas. He wishes to testify. If you're there, you should raise your hand so we can see you. Don't see him. Will Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Will Stewart. I'm the Executive Director of Stay Work Play New Hampshire, which is a statewide nonprofit whose mission is to attract and retain more young people here in the Granite State. And I'm here today to speak in favor of Senate Bill 96. Attracting and retaining more young people is critical to the future of New Hampshire. We are, as you may know, the second oldest state in the country with one of the lowest unemployment rates. And on top of this, we're the #1 exporter of high school graduates seeking a 4-year degree, with 62% of these young people leaving the state every year. Some of them come back, but a lot of them don't. In short, New Hampshire needs all the people we can get in general and all the young people we can get in particular. Our businesses need workers and customers, our towns need volunteer board members, and our nonprofits, churches, and civic clubs all need volunteers to accomplish their vital missions, without which our communities just can't function. So about 3 years ago, Stay Work Play commissioned a survey to collect data on why young people stay in and might leave New Hampshire. And one of the reasons we found that young people might leave is due to our state's lack of diversity. We heard this over and over again also last fall and winter as we talked to young people in 9 locations across the state as part of our Policy and Pint series. And indeed, New Hampshire's lack of diversity was a top 3 reason cited for young people potentially leaving the state. So as a result of these findings, increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion here in New Hampshire has become a policy priority for Stay Work Play. And it's for this reason that we support SB 96, a bipartisan bill that seeks to increase trust in the judicial system as a whole and with law enforcement in particular. And both of these are necessary if we want to attract and retain more people of color. So thank you for your attention and for your consideration in supporting Senate Bill 96.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Stewart? Yes, Representative Wolper.
Sure. So, is it your assertion that by just collecting this data, somehow that's going to attract more people of color into our state? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that, I think the recommendations in this bill, aim to, again, to increase trust in law enforcement and the judicial system, as a whole. It's one piece of doing that. And I think that increasing trust, again, in the judicial system and law enforcement in particular, that is key to, not just attraction, but, perhaps more the retention of people of color.
Yes, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for taking my question. There may be proposed amendment, or there's going to be a public hearing on proposed amendment next week. Does Stay Work Play plan on testifying, or what would be Stay Work Play's position on that? Okay.
With regard to the qualified immunity amendment?
Yes, sir.
At present, we do not have an opinion on that, as our board of directors has not, and our advocacy committee have not discussed that particular piece at present. So no opinion right now.
Thank you.
May I ask a point of order of the chair?
Yes, you may.
Is it going to be allowed to ask questions? Because I certainly would have asked the sponsor of the bill some questions about what he said on qualified immunity.
I think our intention was that we wouldn't get into your amendment today. So
my apologies to the committee.
Thank you.
Representative Smith. All set? And did you have another question, Representative Birch, or is your? Any other questions for Mr. Stewart? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Mark Morrison? He's there.
There we go, sir. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members. My name is Mark Morrison, and I am the president of the New Hampshire Police Association. I've been in law enforcement in New Hampshire for over 22 years, and I was proud to be selected to serve on Governor Sununu's LEAC Commission. The work this commission accomplished was something that only happened because of the dedication of those involved and the ability to actually listen and not talk at one another. New Hampshire has set the bar for other states, and that we came together collectively to discuss and listen. We came up with recommendations that have been acted on in totality. You know, all 48 recommendations have been acted on. This legislation actually represents some of those recommendations to include, you know, the totality of those 48. I had planned to testify simply in support of this legislation today and only highlight how this type of legislation can be accomplished in New Hampshire when folks demonstrate cooperation, teamwork, and compromise. We now have grave concerns about any amendments that may be added to the legislation at the last minute that could really jeopardize the success of this or any other legislation. The recommendations found in this bill are really too valuable to risk the failure of the entire bill. And I'll reserve my right to testify in the amendment next week, of course. And I'll simply say that the New Hampshire Police Association supports the recommendations put forward from LEAC and supports this legislation. To briefly speak to Attorney Bissonnette's testimony, you know, we also agree that data collection is very important. And I believe the reason there is support for data collection from New Hampshire law enforcement is because we do not have a problem with disparaging treatment of minorities, and our statistics can be used to demonstrate that. New Hampshire law enforcement really prides itself in doing a good job here for the citizens of the state. And any opportunity we have to demonstrate that, we obviously are for. So I won't take up any more of your time, and I will simply say in this current form, we are in support of SB 96. I hope that doesn't change, but other than that, I will gladly take any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might have been a question for Senator Bradley, but he kind of blew through a lot of the bill, broadly speaking. But it's my understanding that the initial LEAC recommendations had the gathering of the data, but then it went to a study committee in the modified version of the Senate bill. Are you aware of the decision making? What were the concerns that drove it in that direction? As I said, Senator Bradley may have mentioned the reasoning behind it, but if you could just refresh me on why that was, it would be helpful.
I caught most of that. I apologize, it was a little hard to hear, but did you say there were, you're asking about mistakes made in a recommendation?
No. It's my understanding that the original LEAC recommendations had the gathering of this data, but that the Senate amended it to go to a study committee. And so this may have been a question for Senator Bradley, but are you aware of the concerns that were raised that moved the Senate to take it and put it into a study committee as opposed to leaving it in its original recommended form?
Well, I certainly think that would be a question for Senator Bradley, Representative McLean, but I'll try to answer at least in part. And I think even the study committee is still conceptually in support of the recommendation. It wasn't a denial of the recommendation. And I think there were some, important topics brought up that, maybe need to be spoken of a little bit more in depth or in detail. But for the most part, the our support for that recommendation is pretty basic. You know, we support the ability, you know, of law enforcement to present, you know, statistical data, but how that gets there, you know, certainly, you know, the Senate has some concerns they'd like to address. So I won't speak to their process, simply our support for that recommendation.
Any other questions for Ms. Morrison? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
This person is Ani Malachi or Malachi. Malachi. If you're there, you need to raise your hand so we can spot you. Yep. I do not see Human Rights Commission, right?
Yes. Good morning. This is Ani Malachi. Can you hear me?
We can. We can hear you.
Great. Thank you very much, and good morning to the Judiciary Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to continue to provide full-throated testimony for SB 96 as it stands currently with no additional amendments. And I will also echo the statements made by previous participants who have given very supportive testimony over a wide range of topics relative to the contents of SB 96. There are two small disappointments, which is the removing of the collection of data and moving that to a study committee. I think Attorney Bissonnette so eloquently stated that the entire Lee Act Commission was a study committee of sorts, and we put in the work and the hours, listened to testimony, discussed, debated, and worked together cohesively to create the recommendation to enhance the data collection that law enforcement is already doing to allow them to do it more accurately. At current, my understanding is there are times where they have to guess, and with our beautiful multicultural society that we live in, I would hate to think that someone who's not me has to guess who I am and put that down in their data collection without having a conversation with me about it. Or if I'm upset and they have a conversation with me and I withhold that information, then who I am is not reflected in the information that's collected, which therefore means that the data is incorrect. So whatever we're looking at has holes in it already. The other sadness was the removal of the recommendation that judges receive bias training and removed it to a suggestion. I think if you're going to make sure that one side of the law enforcement equation has a variety of trainings, the other side needs to have the exact same training and not a suggestion, but a strong recommendation so that everyone has the exact same information and is moving through as individuals move through the through law enforcement and through the justice system, they are receiving the same equitable treatment. If there are issues, then those issues can be spotlighted and handled. So outside of that, I don't have anything further to add. I thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I will certainly sign up to speak next week relative to the amendment that's being put forth. And with that, I would conclude my testimony. And I appreciate any questions that any of the representatives may have for me. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Malachi? Yes, Representative Notter.
Excuse my ignorance, I never heard of the what does that stand for?
Yes, thank you very, very much for the question, Representative. So, and in my fervor to give my testimony, I neglected to state, although my day job, which I've come before you before, my day job excuse me, is the executive director of the Human Rights Commission. I was appointed as a commissioner, one of 14 for the Lee Act Commission. Now, to answer your question, Lee Act, it stands for, it's the Governor's Law Enforcement in Accountability, Community, and Transparency Commission.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other questions for Ms. Malachi? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much, and you all have an amazing day. Thank you.
Thank you. And Russ Connolly. Mr. Connolly, if you're there, you need to raise your hand. I see no hands. Keith Neely.
Both of these will be here next week.
Okay. Brandon DePosa.
Yeah, hi, this is Brandon Del Pozo. I'll be speaking next week if that's okay with you. Thank you for calling on me.
That's fine, thank you. Brennan Cox. If you're there, you need to raise your hand. No hands. Jay Swiker.
They should be there next week.
Okay. And that is a list of people who pre-registered to speak today. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I see Matthew Broadhead has a hand up. Matthew Broadhead.
Hi, good morning, Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Broadhead. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General. I'm the Bureau Chief here at the Attorney General's Office of the Transportation and Construction Bureau. And included in my client profile would be the Department of Safety, including the Division of State Police. I was honored to be kind of appointed as the point person by then Attorney General Gordon McDonald to help reach out to community stakeholders to draft this legislation. I do appear today on behalf of the current Attorney General, John Pamela, in full support of this legislation. By way of background for those members who don't know, after the murder of George Floyd, the governor in June of 2020 had established the Commission on Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency. That's the Lee Act Commission. To develop recommendations for reforms necessary to enhance transparency, accountability, and community relations with law enforcement. In August, the commission issued, as was said before, 48 recommendations. All of them have been begun to be implemented. Many have been completed. As we stand here today, there were several items that required legislation. And this bill, Senate Bill 96, is an omnibus bill that contains all of the recommendations, except for two that required legislation. I was going to say many things that I think have already been said, so I don't want to be repetitive, but what I will say is that the commission and the governor and the attorney general all believe that the more transparency there is in policing, the more trust there is in the community. And this bill accomplishes many of those, accomplishes that goal. And it makes much needed reforms to our juvenile law. We can't overstate the impact that this has. And it is a consensus bill. I encourage the committee to keep it a consensus bill. That's all I have. I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions for Attorney Broadhead? Yes, Representative McLean.
Yeah, Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So just to follow up a little bit on the gathering of the racial data, as the DOJ's point person in drafting the legislation, I'm just trying to understand the concern that drove it from, the straightforward gathering of data into the study commission. If you have any insight into what those were, just to inform the committee.
I don't have, I only have kind of third-hand information on it. So I don't feel comfortable calling out, with authority what the exact concerns were. I will say that Senator Carson had some concerns about it. I had heard that there's a possibility that just even a simple function of placing the racial information on the driver's license itself, there's not physically space that would permit it as it's currently constituted and to also meet national standards for driver licensing. So I think that was one of the issues that was raised. There might have been other concerns that were raised as well. So, although we certainly support the original bill that was introduced, we also, support further study if that's necessary, just so that we can get it right. And I don't see that the establishment, or our office doesn't see the establishment of the study committee as anything other than just punting to next legislative session. And we will continue to work on the necessary reforms. But certainly either way, if the committee were to add it back in, we would support it. If the committee were to pass the bill as currently constituted, we would support that as well.
Representative Smith?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little puzzled. I understand that you're in a somewhat delicate position, not wanting to come out by saying anything that indicates that you do not agree with what the Senate did. But if you were not in the legislative environment, but in a court, and you were asked, do you support the language that was in the original bill, what would your answer be?
100% yes, we support the original bill.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your candor.
Any other questions for Attorney Broadhead?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Representative Sylvia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Broadhead, for taking my question. With regard to the legislature giving instruction to the court for training, do you see any concerns with separation of powers?
I do. I think that was raised by Richard Head in the Senate, and we had it supported to accommodate the judiciary's position to withdraw that original language and replace it with a suggested language. Part of the issue with the original language was that it said it was written in a way that, if I recall correctly, that it was ordering the Chief Justice to issue rules or regulations to require training. And that's just not, practically speaking, how they promulgate training, and they don't do it by rulemaking. And so the judiciary has testified in the Senate that they have already adopted an annual training for implicit bias. They've already trained their judges on it, and they plan to do that on an annual basis, I believe. But if Richard Head is still on, I defer to him on the specific.
You all set? Representative Smith?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And thank you again for taking what is basically the same question. And that is, does the Office of the Attorney General support the language which is in this bill now?
We do. We do.
Thank you.
it was a accommodation to the judiciary, which I think was appropriate.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Attorney Bradley? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you all.
We have Ken Norton.
Thank you, Chairman Gordon and members of the committee. My name is Ken Norton. I'm the Executive Director of NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And I was honored to be a part of the LEAC Commission. I want to thank Senator Bradley and all the sponsors of this bill. The work of the, as you've heard, the work of the commission was intense and involved a lot of compromise and listening. And I want to state my full endorsement for the bill as written and the recommendations as written, and opposition to any amendments. And in the interest of time, I won't repeat what others have said. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm open to any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Norton? Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you again. So, Mr. Norton, are you then saying that you would oppose an amendment which puts back into the bill the language that LEAC had requested and that was removed by the Senate, and in which the Senate converted to a study committee, very specific recommendation that LEAC had?
Thank you for that clarification, Representative Smith. No, I support the bill as it was originally written. As you've previously heard, there was a lot of discussion about and compromise in the commission relative to that specific recommendation, and so I would support an amendment to restore that to the bill.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 96? Wish to do so, please raise your hand. I see no hands, and so we'll conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 96. I believe that concludes our morning business. We are scheduled for an executive session at 1 o'clock today, and we will see, unless there's other concerns or business to do, we'll see you all at 1 o'clock.
I thought we were reconsidering 143.
We'll do that this afternoon.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon to our union leader cover boy. Well, actually, he didn't have your picture, but
Keep in mind, we are being recorded.
yes.
And our chair is muted.
I tried to get notes from yesterday. Yeah.
I got it. Hold on.
We will call this meeting of the House Judiciary Committee back to order. Looks like we have everyone here with the exception of Representative Murr. But I guess we'll begin our discussion with Senate Bill 95 this afternoon. Somebody want to make a motion? Sylvia, do you want to make a motion?
So I will move what's passed and offer an amendment for it.
So Representative Sylvia moved out to pass with an amendment, and you have an amendment to offer. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Rice. And you want to address your amendment?
All right, so first, I guess I'd like to offer amendment 1386H. Sent those out yesterday. Did everybody accept them?
Do you want to address your amendment?
Absolutely. So this removes the first part of the bill, which is the implementation of remote meetings. And I think that the third part with the study committee is obviously a much better way to go. That to implement it with such a radical change without a real opportunity to discuss changes is a little fast. There's a lot that we put into 91A, lots of work over the years. We've fine-tuned the 91A to make sure that we have good opportunity for folks to get information and also make provisions for non-public sessions. While this section of the bill provides a lot of opportunity for remote access for the public and the body. I think that the more serious concern is public bodies that don't meet in person. From what I've been involved in, tend to lack the real communication that is necessary. For instance, yesterday there was a press conference that I attended on a certain issue that is bipartisan in nature, but at the press conference, believe it or not, there's Republicans, Democrats, Ben and Terry, and some of the folks who actually testified on this bill last week. And we actually had an opportunity to talk. And remotely, you do not get the same kind of communication as you do in person. There's a lot missing. There's facial expressions, even facial expressions that are hidden behind masks. At least if you're face to face, you can get a better idea. You can. The contemporaneous matter is really lost in these meetings. It's not contemporaneous. If two people start talking over Zoom or whatever electronic method, it just clashes because they're not really, it's not a duplex system. So if I started saying something out of order and perhaps the chairman was not here with us, he might be able to say something, but if I'm speaking loudly, that's going to shut him down. So there's a lot of problems that come with remote meetings that really need a much deeper study. And I think that removing part one and hanging on to part three will give us the time to really dig into it deeply and make sure that we do it right the first time and not have to come back and fix it again later. It's parts 1 and 2, you mean? Yes. So part 3 is, so the bill analysis has the pieces misordered. So ignore the bill analysis. So part 2 in this is actually the violation of privacy, invasion of privacy. So part one is the part that has to do with implementing a remote session. Part three is study committees relevant to that. So I think the study committee is good, but the implementation, it's just a little too soon to do that. And we need to do it right. And I don't want to do it. It's a word that I can't use. Halfway job on it.
Okay, Representative Birch, you want to address the amendment?
Yes, I do, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a question to the sponsor of the amendment, because I'm a bit puzzled by the argument. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding, first of all, that this is permissive. That, let's say, if my local select board wants to utilize these provisions in Westmoreland, they would be able to, but they don't have to. And thus, it's not the Supreme Legislature, often Concord, making this decision. It could be, well, local bodies. And am I correct that you are opposed to that?
I am opposed to implementing this as it is stated in part one. I think it's not as well thought out as we would like it to be, or I would like it to be. I guess I can only talk for myself and find out if anyone agrees with me.
And just one final follow-up, if I could. See no objection. You suggest that we need to study it more. Haven't we been laboratory animals ourselves for a considerable period of time, far more than a study committee normally devotes to a topic? So haven't we been the study committee? We in the legislature? Is there really a need to do more of what we already know? We may be in favor, we may be opposed, but it's not a subject matter that we're unfamiliar with.
Well, so I would say that the experiment has gone somewhat badly in some sections. It's certainly good for the public that wants to view from their home. But as far as communicating between committee members, it's terrible. So yes, I do believe that we need to study a way that we can do this. Even prior to this emergency, when we had let's say county delegation meetings, and you have one person call in because they were not able to attend. Even then, I opposed because it does not give you the equal footing. If you're remote trying to call in and make a point, you are at a disadvantage. So I think it really needs a much more consideration.
Thank you.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes, well, one concern is, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. One concern, and with what Sylvia is talking about, being able to communicate informally with the committee members, and actually that's true, but the 91A law is written is trying to restrict that sort of thing as much as possible. At least, in fact, ideally, if everybody did it the way it's intended, there would never be any private communications, at least between members of the body at all, or even thinking about, even obviously that isn't 100% doable. So I think that sort of flies a little bit in like what the 91A, which is trying to formalize bodies so that everything their deliberations are as much as possible totally, on public. And certainly the hybrid meetings, first of all, there's an automatic recording capability built into it. So now there's a contemporaneous recording of everything that's said at every meeting, which I think is generally certainly a good thing in the House, where like it was impossible even to, all you had were like handwritten notes by the clerk. So like it was, even if you at the meeting, sometimes it's hard to figure out what had actually transpired. So I think so that's a good thing. There's also less scope for certain types of issues. There's less scope for intimidation, like with bills involving guns. There's always lots of people who come in open carrying their guns, or which intimidates some people who are sometimes referred to as hoplophobes, people who fear weapons, although I'm not sure why fearing weapons is irrational. So that puts certain types of debate on a more more equal footing. Like I went to a Second Amendment or gun bill yesterday, and the people had the guns and people didn't. You couldn't tell who was who because we're all sitting at home in our little rectangles. I think that was beneficial for that debate. So I think finally the main thing, which maybe is all I need to say, is this has been extremely popular with the public. Participation in meeting, both legislative hearings and town meetings and county meetings. Well, not have it's gone up a lot. So it's gone up. It's people find this a more people find this a more. There are technical difficulties, but I think in general people find this to be a more congenial way to interact with their government than the old way of doing it. So I think we should. I think we should keep some of these innovations that we're forced to make in place. So that's so I think this is a bad amendment. I think part one is good as is. It certainly doesn't need to be eliminated. So thanks.
Representative McLean.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely think that remote access does have a place in the future. I mean, if we look at the local level, I've often seen large groups kind of dominate the discussion, and the increased access may be beneficial, to individual citizens in the town and help level the playing field. I think that's the good, but we also have to take into account the bad. And some of the bad that we've witnessed, number one, is we have seen in this legislature, I think, luckily not in this committee, but in many other committees, I've seen decorum really go away. And in many cases, watching these committee hearings is not like watching a committee hearing, it's like watching Twitter. And I think the one thing that has kept it from being Twitter plus is that many members of the committee have formed these relationships, these in-person relationships. So if you just do a thought experiment where you move yourselves out 5-10 years in the future, where this legislature has turned over and we don't have those relationships, what will be the decorum like in that case? Also, as Representative Sylvia mentioned, if you look at the county delegation level, I'm in the Hillsborough County delegation, which is admittedly the largest delegation, but those meetings remotely, in my opinion, were absolutely unworkable. Former Representative Kermit Williams, who is awesome, did his best. He was a real leader, but he was just completely overwhelmed by this mode of doing things. So there are places where it works, and there are places where it don't work, or doesn't work. I'm sorry. The problem is, to Representative Bursch's point, while it is only permissive, I think inertia, if we just let this thing go straight out of the state of emergency, inertia is going to keep that going in one direction, and we really strongly run the risk of carrying the bad in with the good. And so what the break does, what the stop when the state of emergency ends, is it puts a brake on things and prevents that inertia from happening and gives pause to allow the study committee to understand fully what was the good versus what was the bad. Because Representative Bursch is again right, we have had this year to look at it, but we need the pause just because we need to break the inertia in my position. So I think this is a good amendment and I'll be supportive.
Representative Wolper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to start with the idea of participation. And I think we all applaud the vastly increased public participation in everything that's been going on, whether it's a planning board meeting in the town of Stratford or it's attendance at these committee hearings. That's all wonderful. It also doesn't require a change in the law. Any board or committee can implement remote participation by the public whenever they feel like it. Because 91A does not say you can't do that. 91A is there to increase transparency and be welcoming of that. This is only about the boards and committees meeting in person. And along with what Representative Sylvia began with, the fact that opportunity to not be gathered in person has been relegated to only emergencies in 91A, to me should carry a lot of weight. That was not just spuriously thrown in. That's been talked about and talked over time and again, just in my time on this committee, and it predates when I got here. So there's that. But see, I don't see any the benefits of public participation are available whether we do this or not. I've heard of committee members who were denied access, remote access to their own, not in the House, have been denied remote access to the board, upon which they said they could get in, but the person running the control of the meeting wouldn't let them speak. Just like that. I don't know how widespread that is. It doesn't have to be very widespread before it's a really big problem. I've heard other people talking about other kinds of problems, and I just really think that this is such a big deal, because if we go this way, we can be pretty confident that our the board meetings will be like our executive session is today, where we have half the people here and the other half are not. This would be bad. This would be bad for select boards and school boards, and I don't care who they are. And I recognize that there are a lot of committees and boards, commissions in our state that are geographically widespread and want to be able to do this. I do appreciate that. But before we just throw the door open, I think we have to be a lot more reflective about it. And I think the study committee is the way to get that reflection. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Representative Horgan, did you still have your hand up? Do you want to speak again?
Oh, sure. Yes. Hopefully. Yes. What I was going to say, they're talking about being like Twitter plus. I think there's been misbehavior and silly things happening in committee, House committee meetings all along. It's just now there's like a camera trained on it and everybody can see it. So I don't think we're necessarily behaving any better or worse than we do. Probably a little better because just there's more eyes watching us. I think from that's not really, so that particular argument against it doesn't hold much water for me. And certainly the people have a right. I think it's useful for us to see what we're up to. But I haven't seen, there's been some embarrassing meetings on Zoom, but there were embarrassing meetings back before we were on Zoom. It's just nobody who wasn't in the room, unless there's an unofficial camera pointed at the room, ever saw it. But now people see it. But I think so. That's that part of it. That part of it, I think it's good. I think it's probably good that everything that we're being recorded. So even though I tend to say funny things sometimes, but that's just all I had to say about that. So
thank you. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say I'm voting against this amendment because of how many members of bodies and of the public that I heard that have really appreciated this option. But I also wanted to say that we heard from the Senate that in their compromise, part of what they did was institute a sunset clause so that if after the study committee met, there wasn't agreement that this should go forward because of any issues that seem too pervasive, it would automatically sunset. So I just wanted to remind other colleagues who might be concerned about that.
Thank you. Representative Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to agree with Alexis. Her points are very valid, and I will be voting against this amendment.
Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in? If not, we have a motion. The motion is on Amendment 1386H, which would remove the first part of the bill of Senate Bill 95. And if there's no other discussion, no other questions, then Mr. Clerk, you can call the roll.
On Amendment 1386H to Senate Bill 95, Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander?
Yes.
Representative Rice?
Yes.
Representative Murner?
Yes.
Representative Green?
Yes.
Representative Kelly?
Yes.
Representative Nonner?
Yes.
Representative Trottier?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith?
No.
Representative Birch?
No.
Representative Horrigan?
No.
Representative Di Lorenzo?
No.
Representative Chase?
No.
Representative Kenny?
No.
Representative Langley?
No.
Representative Macbeth?
No.
Representative Page?
No.
Representative Simpson?
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have 11 in the yeas, 10 in the nays.
Adopted Amendment 1386H. Representative Sylvia, did you say you had another amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move amendment 1361.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Representative Nodder. Want to address your amendment?
Yes, indeed. So this amendment removes Part 2 of SB 95. This is the part on invasions of privacy, and it's upgrading that to a felony. So sometimes the remote meetings, which I attended at home last week, you can occasionally miss some testimony, but I don't recall much testimony on this section of the bill, if there was any. But there's little doubt that those who are found guilty of such crimes deserve their punishment, and a misdemeanor allows sentencing of up to a year for each count charged. Lacking testimony to the number of cases and the extent of full year terms sentenced to, it's unlikely that a first offense brings a full year in jail. Therefore, we currently have a graduated extended sentences. So by increasing the crime to a felony, we stand to suffer from consequences which may not have been contemplated. First, a felony charge will bring a much stronger defense, with associated costs to courts and possibly extending the suffering of victims. Also, there's a higher likelihood of a jury trial, once again impacting the victim. There's a possibility of a plea deal, which might disguise the acts that the perpetrator committed. They plead to a different crime. Also, if the offender is sentenced to state prison, they're likely not to return to the streets as reformed people. They're more likely to perhaps pick up tips on being a better criminal. Lastly, our Constitution tells us in Part 1st, Article 18, I quote, "All penalties ought to be proportioned to the nature of the offense. No wise legislature will affix the same punishment to the crimes of theft, forgery, and the like, which they do to those of murder and treason, where the same undistinguishing severity is exerted against all offenses. The people are led to forget the real distinction in the crimes themselves, and to commit the most flagrant with as little compunction as they do the lightest offense. For the same reason, a multitude of sanguinary laws is both impolitic and unjust. The true design of all punishment being to reform, not exterminate mankind. So for these reasons, I ask you to support Amendment 1361.
Representative Horrigan? Let me hear. You need to unmute.
Yeah, the people definitely will want having the mute buttons once we meet again in person. But Representative Sylvie, could you just brief us on what this is just for one particular crime in RSA 644-9? So could you tell us a little bit more about that, and also could you clarify that the may means may rather than shall? That it does say may rather than shall, so that so as I understand it, it would be at the prosecutor's discretion whether or not to like hit the person with a felony charge. But the main thing is, could you tell us like what the specific thing in 644-9 is?
So I'm a little bit shaky on the question. It's not coming through the room very well, but the crime is invasion of privacy. And basically this is peeping toms and people who put up video surveillance in places where they ought not to, or take pictures in bathrooms, restrooms, locker rooms, those sort of things. And currently those are misdemeanors. And this bill would have a second or consequent conviction as a felony B, which would be possibly a year, over a year in prison.
Right, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Comments? Representative Simpson?
I'm sorry, can you say the number of the amendment again? When I have look at that amendment, I'm not seeing this language.
It's 1361.
1361.
I sent those out yesterday at like 6:44 p.m.
I got it.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
When I pull up 1361 from yesterday, I see that it deletes part 2.
Yes, you may be confused by the amendment analysis, which is improperly ordered. So the actual bill, section 2, is invasion of privacy.
If you read the text of the bill is different than the first page, which shows the analysis.
Thank you.
Representative Chase?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Sylvia, I just want to be clear on this because, tell you the truth, I was a victim of a violation of privacy, and it's not a fun thing to happen. And are you saying that if we were to omit this, just so I'm clear, that would mean that these people can just keep doing this and having misdemeanors versus actually seriously being punished for the crimes they're committing?
So the current punishment is up to a year in county jail for each offense. I don't think that's giving them a pass.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Representative Notter.
Thank you. I seconded because I wanted to hear what you had to say. So I think my question just got answered too. So it's more like a blood punishment in the crime, like this is different from someone who actually rapist.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not rape or any physical. This is invasion of privacy. It's not anything. There's no physical contact in this at all. So this is purely taking pictures, video, being a creep, basically.
Representative Wolpert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's an important distinction that you raised with your question, Representative Notter. This is not a violent crime. And felonies are typically violent crimes. Things like murder, sexual assault, kidnapping. It's typically physically violent things. Not always, but typically. as Representative Sylvia has so eloquently expressed, a year in jail is not a slap on the wrist.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Di Lorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Representative Sylvia. You know, during the hearing on this bill, I had asked the sponsor some questions about a person being convicted of this type of crime having to register for the sex offender registry, and he didn't really have an answer for me. So, Representative Sylvia, do you think that perhaps SB 95 was drawn up hastily, and the elements of this bill don't need more thought and don't naturally intersect with the current criminal code?
But I guess you make a good point. If we were talking about something, and I don't believe that these crimes get somebody into the sex offender registry. I'm not an expert there.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps they should, but that would be a different bill than this bill. This bill is just to make it a felony.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Chase, I saw your hand up there for a minute. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Oh, well, it was more of a comment that the people that, in my opinion and in my experience, that do this, they don't stop, and it will escalate, and it goes on for years. And I think that we should be putting them into jail for the year, if that's what our law is stating. And possibly, as you said, it would be a different bill, but maybe after, 2 or 3 times that this gets put into the sexual register, because it doesn't stop with the pictures. I'm just telling you firsthand, but thank you. I just needed to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I think you can call the roll.
On Amendment 1361H to Senate Bill 95, Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Rice.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Trottier.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
No.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
No.
Representative Macbeth.
No.
Representative Page.
No.
Representative Simpson.
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have it at 15 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative.
Adopted Amendment 1361. And we're now open to further amendment. Are there further amendments to 95? Any other discussion on Senate Bill 95? We have a motion made by Representative Sylvia to ought to pass as amended. Any further discussion on the amendment, on the motion? Yeah, Representative Chase.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to see if I could get the clerk to please say what the call was on 1368, the first, on 1386.
1386, it was 11 to 10.
Thank you.
Okay, and if there's no other discussion, then Mr. Clerk, you could call the roll on Senate Bill 95 as amended.
Senate Bill 95 ought to pass with amendments 1386 and 1361. Representative McQueen.
Yes.
Representative Sibley.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Rice.
Yes.
Representative Turner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Trottier.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
No,
Those no.
no.
Representative Horgan.
No.
Representative DeLorenzo.
No.
Representative Chase.
No.
Representative Kenny.
No.
Representative Langley.
No.
Representative Macbeth.
No.
Representative Page.
No.
Representative Simpson.
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have it as 12 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative.
Well, 9, we've made the recommendation of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 95. And the next item of business is I would like to read a decision that was made.
Consent?
No, I don't think we're on consent.
Minority?
No, Representative Sylvia will do the majority report, and there's going to be a minority report.
I can do it if no one
Yeah.
else does.
Horgan?
Representative Horgan, you want to do the minority report?
Sure, yes.
Okay,
Motion?
and is that going to be, what would be the motion on that?
Oh, just ITL. Well,
No.
probably, ought to pass is,
Ought to pass with a different amendment?
with no amendment.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, perhaps if Representative Hargan doesn't know at the moment what he would like to have as his minority report, could you give him a little time to think about that?
Okay, that would be fine with me. The other item of business is I'd like to revisit Senate Bill 143. It has not been sent to the clerk's office yet. And I would like to make a motion to reconsider our vote, which was ought to pass as amended.
Second that.
And that seconded by Representative Rice. And just to address it, we were short a member last week. I've given a lot of thought to what we did end up with last week, and I'm concerned that if the bill goes forward in its current form, that it would be unsuccessful. And so I would like to reconsider. I did vote in the affirmative, although I'm told by the clerk's office that doesn't matter. You don't have to have voted on the prevailing scheme. I would like to reconsider that. Unless there's other discussion, we can take a vote on it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like that proposal and that would support the motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you want to take the roll?
Momentarily, Mr. Chairman.
I want to keep you busy today.
On reconsideration of Bill 143, Representative McLean.
Senate Bill.
Senate Bill 143, thank you. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Rice.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Trottier,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Birch,
No.
Representative Horgan,
No.
Representative DiLorenzo,
No.
Representative Chase,
No, no, thank you.
Representative Kenny,
No.
Representative Langley,
No.
Representative Macbeth,
No.
Representative Page,
No.
Representative Simpson,
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
with 11 in the affirmative, 10 in the negative.
As I understand things procedurally, what that means is we have to go back and vote again on the vote that was taken, which was ought to pass as amended at the time. And that was ought to pass. We passed 3 amendments, which was 1252, which deleted part 2 of the bill, 1272, which deleted part 7 of the bill, and Amendment 1280, which added an additional part to the bill offered by Representative Sylvia, which was our old House. And so what we would be in taking this vote, where this is a vote on the same vote that we took before. And I would encourage everybody to vote no on this ought to pass as amended vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I was in support of the ought to pass at the last meeting, but I will be changing my vote to no on this.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Birch, excuse me.
I hate to be the slow one here, but could you just re-explain what the exact result would be with a yes vote and a no vote?
Yeah, if you were to vote no, then it would be open to first. Then we would go back to Senate Bill 143, and it would be open to further amendment. If you vote yes, we be reaffirming the decision that we made at the last session.
Thank you. That's very clear.
Okay. All right. Got it.
You vote no in order to open it up for further amendment.
So just to clarify, Mr. Chair, Amendment 1252, 1272, and 1280 are retained in this by no vote?
Right. Those prior amendments passed remain in effect. So the prior amendment made by Representative Smith, removing part 2, 1252, that would remain in effect, as would the motion removing part 7 made by Representative Sylvia, and the part made by Representative Sylvia adding 1280, or the former House Bill 133.
331.
331, excuse me.
Awesome.
So do you want to call the roll?
You want to ask me this? Okay. So Senate Bill 143 OTPA. Representative McLean.
No.
Representative Sylvia.
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Alexander.
No.
Representative Rice.
No.
Representative Garner. No. Representative Green.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Notter.
No.
Representative Trottier.
No.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Yes.
Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
No.
I have 10 in the affirmative, 11 in the negative.
So the prior motion about to pass as amended is defeated. It's now open to further amendment. I would offer an amendment, and the amendment is 1378.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Alexander.
1378. Wait a minute.
1378. 1370.
Paul.
1370.
Yep.
Amendment does four things. It deals, first of all, it deals with part one of the bill, which we considered last time pretty extensively. Like the way its current part one is currently written is in large part very similar to what we previously passed in this body and went to or was previously passed and was tabled by the House at session. This takes out some things which I certainly would like to see happen. I know most of us would like to see happen. But what it does is it keeps in, I think, what is the most important part, and that is getting kids counsel at the very initiation of the court process, the delinquency process. And doesn't permit them to waive counsel. They have to have counsel in circumstances.
I like that.
And it also deals with the issue of contract attorneys in that the way contract attorneys are currently paid, there's a disincentive for them to become extensively involved in representing juveniles. And this does away with that system. It allows them to be paid fairly for the work that they perform and will provide them with a greater incentive for them to provide quality representation for juveniles. And the last thing it does is it sets forth a requirement that that there be standards established for these relative to appointment for juvenile counsel. These all came out of recommendations that had been made. I know it falls short of what many people would like to have happen and what they expect, but I think we all saw what happened on the floor in previously, and the exception that some other representatives took to what was proposed at the time. And I'm concerned that if we go much further than what is offered here, that we're effectively just going to kill the bill. The other thing that the amendment does is it deletes other parts of Senate Bill 143. It deletes part 10. With regard to appeals of the Victims Assistance Commission. And this is kind of interesting, frankly, I'm not sure we got very good testimony about this, but with regard to that, there is a committee which is set up to provide, to manage the Victims Assistance Fund. And that commission is set up for the very purpose of determining what's fair and appropriate for a financial benefit for remuneration for victims. But the way this is written, it basically says that if you don't like the outcome, you can go to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General can just overrule the Victims Assistance Council. That in effect, you're making the Attorney General the ultimate decision maker as to who gets money. And if that's the case, there's really no purpose at all for having the Victims Assistance Commission. It doesn't make any sense at all if the Attorney General can do it anyway. And then you can appeal right now, if you don't like the Victims Assistance Fund, you can just appeal to the Supreme Court. And I just don't think it makes any sense to do that. With regard to the other provisions, it also deletes Part 9 regard to relative emergency medical data and trauma services. And I think that the testimony we got, first of all, I think my recollection was that Senator Carson said that she thought that needed to be amended in any event. But basically, it allows sharing of personal information that would ordinarily be considered confidential. And I think it's contrary to what we have considered in the past as concerns for individual privacy. And it also removes Section 8, and which has to do with cybersecurity. And if you remember the testimony, basically what this was doing was requiring political subdivisions to report cybersecurity incidents to a cyber integration center established by the Department of Information Technology, which all just gives concern to me with regard to the establishment of some type of secret intelligence agency, you know, when I hear those words, in terms of collecting information, again, collecting information about people. And again, concern again for privacy from my perspective. So long and the short, it amends Part 1, deletes Parts 8, 9, and 10, and that's the purpose of the amendment. Representative Smith?
Yes, thank you very much for that explanation, Mr. Chair. So am I to assume that contrary to the very strong vote, bipartisan vote on the elimination of Part 2 that we voted on, that you have concluded that you want to keep Part 2 in the bill?
You are concluded inaccurately. That amendment that you made previously remains in effect, and Part 2 is deleted.
Mr. Chair, could you explain how that could be, since what we have done here is eliminate our final vote on Senate Bill 143. First, we agreed to reconsider, then we agreed to eliminate that vote, then we went back to the beginning. And going back to the beginning had Section 2 in it. And so I'm not clear how we can pick and choose and say, we'll honor the removal of 2, but we won't honor the removal of other sections, which we had in fact voted on last time.
Well, this is my understanding, and this is only after talking with the clerk, and that is when we voted to reconsider. When you vote to reconsider, what you're doing is voting to reconsider the vote we took of ought to pass as amended, with the amendments that we had voted on. We voted, so we decided if we had voted yes on that, then we would be done today. But having voted no on that, what that does is it opens up the bill for further amendment. The amendments that were already passed remain in effect. So the amendments 1252, which was the amendment for Part 2, the amendment 1272 with regard to Part 7, and the additional part which was added in Amendment 1280 still remain in effect, and the bill is simply open to further amendment.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would never question your decision. I tend to be a belt and suspender person. I like to be really sure, but with your very strong statement, I believe that I can certainly accept that. And when the calendar comes out, and in the fullness of time, the distinguished clerk has the language in it, if perhaps it turns out that my concern might be justified, I certainly hope that the committee will step up to correct that problem.
If it would ease your concern, I would be happy to expand my motion to include also those amendments.
Mr. Chair, my concern is so enormous that I can't possibly ask you to assume any of that burden. It would be unfair.
No, it's not unfair at all.
I might be totally off base, and I'm perfectly willing to acknowledge that. I just want to make sure that if in the fullness of time I'm not off base, that there will be an opportunity to correct the misunderstanding.
Representative Smith, I don't want to screw up. So if what I'm more than happy to do is to have a, although we weren't in full agreement, we were in substantial agreement on those three other amendments. I'd be more than happy to either, it probably isn't fair to include them in my amendment because there may be people that feel differently about that. But I'd be more than happy after we vote on the amendment that I just offered to go back and make a motion that we also approve those three other, again, we reaffirm our decision on those three other amendments. So that
well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Chair. Just as you very clearly acknowledged that you thought that your new part 1 does not go as far as you would like to see it go, but nonetheless recognizing that there might be others out there who would choose to block the entire bill, you're compromising. So too, I compromise, and I recognize that elections matter, and I am in the minority, and I do not want to take the chance of antagonizing any of those who are in the majority and might consider this, the word I believe that is used is a dilatory conversation. So I would just abandon the field. Bloody but unbowed. Thank you.
Representative Rice.
We could certainly call the clerk and ask them to come over to clarify. That would go a lot quicker than adding 3 more roll call votes on amendments.
The reason that the reason that the clerk ruled the way he did, Representative Smith, is because by reconsidering the ought to pass, the other amendments were separate votes, so we didn't reconsider the separate votes that we took on 1252, 1272, 1280. So by reconsidering on ought to pass, if we wanted to then get rid of 1252, we would have to also vote to reconsider 1252. So that is the reason that 1252 stays in effect, 1272 stays in effect, and 1280 stay in effect. In order to remove those, we would have had to have had 3 subsequent votes. And so that is why the chair was comfortable in making the assertion that he made.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Okay, so we're back to the amendment 1378. Is there any other? Yes, Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too can do math and understand a good part of what we just discussed, as well as I understand very well the chair's comments on why he was putting forth this amendment. Given my sense of numbers, I basically want to make some comments about the overall situation, and then the chips will fall where the chips may. I was hopeful that this would not be a team red versus team blue type of situation, but sometimes it happens. It's in the nature of the work that we do. But I think we shouldn't forget that these are not only children we're talking about, our children, our neighbors' children, but we're talking about indigent children. And if you want to know a group that has very little voting power, that's indigent children. I mean, even adult criminals have more of a voting power than indigent children. So I'd like to keep that focused. This bill, this amendment, I'm likely with considerable regret to vote for, under a feeling that it moves the effort for improving our juvenile justice system a smidgen forward. But I want to, I don't know whether it's easing my conscience or doing part of my education, to also make it clear here on the record, such as we keep, how much we're not doing here. And I really want to encourage people to read the report that was done by the independent consulting group, because 98% of that is not being followed. And it may be true this is all we can get. New Hampshire has a way, they say, of legislating through the court system. Today, the New Hampshire Supreme Court just ruled, in fact, that it's improper to keep mental health people in mental health emergencies more than 3 days without a due process type hearing. Remarking that this is something the legislature could well have taken care of and could take care of, but didn't. So the mental health system, not for the first time, has had to go to court to get some basic help done. And it may be that the juvenile justice system will have to go to court to get necessary reforms done. But then we run into the problem of the kids don't have effective legal representation. So the ability to get to court and the like effectively doesn't work. The amendment in front of us deletes the requirement that juveniles be represented during the entire time the juvenile is in the system. That provision has been removed. The right to counsel at interrogation to be put formally in the law has been removed. It can be argued that that exists anyway as a function of Miranda, but what we have seen in practice is that it basically doesn't exist because lawyers are not litigating that issue. The elimination of fees for publicly appointed counsel, that's been eliminated. The overall suggestion from the report is that fees throughout the juvenile system not be attributed to children and their parents, because the kids don't get access to those because they can't pay. In our state, they pay for appeals, or a portion of appeals. There's a reason we have 5 appeals in 6 years on thousands and thousands of cases. We basically don't have appeals in juvenile cases in this state. Motion work, whatever. So we thought we would attempt to do the smallest part possible, which is to say, we'll leave in the cost of appeals. We'll leave in the cost of out-of-home placement. We'll leave in the cost to the parents of counseling. We'll just say the right to a lawyer shouldn't fall on the child and the parents, but that's been deleted too. The use of counsel for out-of-home placements been deleted. So we're not getting a whole lot here. And I'm hopeful that maybe in future years we can. And I hope by passing this, it doesn't take the steam out of energy to do more, because in this state we need to do more. And I think the legislature has as much of an obligation to do that as the court system does. But I've been reasonably well advised by people who work on a day-to-day basis that, as our chair has pointed out, this does move the ball forward to some degree, especially in getting counsel sooner. And for that reason, I intend to vote for the amendment.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Rice.
Chairman. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed, but because I am a big believer in these kids getting counsel as soon as possible, but in the interest of taking what I can get and baby steps to get to the ultimate goal, I will be supporting this amendment, because I certainly do not want to take a chance that it will die on the House floor. That's all.
Well, anyone else? The only point I'd make, and unfortunately that comes with being 73 years old and having been in the legislature before, is I'm well aware of the fact that change doesn't usually happen dramatically here at the legislature. It generally happens over time. It happens dramatically in the courts, just like the decision that might have been made today, but it doesn't happen that way usually in the legislature. It happens incrementally over time. And the way I see this is a step forward. It gets the basic thing that we were looking for in regard to getting immediate and full representation of kids. And we have the opportunity to bring forward the other things in the future in another environment. I'd certainly look forward to that. I'm disappointed too, but I'm also understand political reality. Any other comments or questions? Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
On the adoption of Amendment 1370H to Senate Bill 143. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Representative Welper votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Rice.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Trottier.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
out of 20 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative.
And so no further amendment. Are there any other amendments? Then I guess I can make the motion about to pass as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Rice. Any further discussion? Clerk, I hate to hurry you, but
All right, so fast, Mr. Chairman. On Senate Bill 143, on to pass as amended with the addition of 1378. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Board votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Rice.
Yes.
Representative Marner.
Yes.
Representative Lee.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Norton. Representative Claudier.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Dioramo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have it unanimous, 21-0.
You want to put it on the consent calendar?
It has to just come out, you can't.
No, you can't.
Oh,
Anybody have any objection to putting it on the consent calendar? Seeing none? We'll do so. Is there any other business we need to conduct today? If not, we have the next Tuesday, hopefully will be our last committee meeting for this year. We'll have the hearing on Senate Bill 96 and the hearing on the proposed amendment as well. And so be sure to be there.
Mr. Chair, could you clarify, we'll have the hearing on the amendment, the non-germane amendment.
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
And then we will exec.
96.
And will that be immediately after, or are you scheduling that for the afternoon?
Same day, same morning. It'll be immediately thereafter.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
We have to call it non-germane.
Yeah.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
German. Any other business today? Yes, Representative Sylvia.
Just to check, we're not going to start new bills at any unit this month.
Yeah, I sent out an email asking people if they wanted to participate. I got, I think, 3 responses for people who indicated that they were interested in a particular bill. So several of the retained bills, I think, have been addressed separately, and I think are going to be able to just go away. But I don't think we really need to do it until the fall, frankly.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I want, if you will indulge me, I want to go back to something that was part of conversation on an earlier bill about inappropriate actions that have happened in other committees. There have been inappropriate actions. There have been really not just minor problems, but some shocking problems. And I would like to say that I believe the reason that has not occurred in this committee is because of the way you have conducted the committee. As you can see, you certainly, by today, you certainly didn't bend over backwards to accommodate those of us who are Democrats. But what you did do was behave consistently in a responsible, respectful way. And we are indeed fortunate to have had that experience rather than the experience that some of our colleagues have been exposed to in other committees. And for that, I would like to thank you very much.
Well, I'd have to say that, first of all, you're too kind. And You make me seem nicer than I really am. But I think much of it goes to the composition of the committee and the people that are on this committee, because they have everybody on the committee has acted, almost everybody, has acted respectfully and responsibly. And I couldn't ask for a better group of people to work with. And I have to say, Representative Smith, that you've been terrific, and when you needed to be understanding of things that needed to get done, and I really appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
As one of the longer serving continuously on this committee, having been through a number of chairs of this committee for my term of 9th year now, it's been consistently the same quality, and so it's the leadership at the top that sets the pace. So for that entire time, we've got really good leadership in this committee.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, with that, we'll see you next week, next Tuesday. Go, take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.